Check, check, microphone check. Hello there, everybody. Everybody's having a good weekend. I don't know if the picture I took was okay. Well, let's have another one. There we go. Yeah, let's just leave this song for some more. Because once we get out of photo mode, that's it. All right. Oh, we do have music here as well. So, this is where we left off last time, and I already don't remember how to play this game. Oh yeah, we came here to continue with
Come quickly.
Masako, I think. Oh jeez. I have to remember what the controls are.
Lady Masako, do you have news of your family's killers?
On the list we found, Sadao was at the top. He's the head man of Kuta Farmstead.
Kuta's people served your clan. Why would he turn against you?
Because he is an ungrateful traitor. My husband appointed Sadao as head man, and he repaid that kindness with bloodshed. I learned he fled Kuta the night my family was murdered.
He must have heard you survived.
Sadao is a deceitful snake. But his brother, Hachi, is a fool. He just passed by the temple carting food for the refugees.
He will make an unscheduled delivery to his brother.
And we will be there to catch him.
the headman.
We have to go, or we will lose him.
After what happened at the inn, I didn't think you'd visit the temple again.
I came to watch for Sadao's brother, and mourn Clan Adachi's dead.
Have you given your family a proper funeral?
Not while their killers walk free.
After my father died, I said goodbye to him that same night. It helped ease my pain.
I buried them. That will have to do. For now.
When's the last time you slept? Or ate?
I had some rice and fish yesterday.
Even the youngest warrior needs a full belly and a rested sword arm.
Are you calling me old, Lord Sakai?
I wouldn't dare.
My sword arm works just fine. We should have caught up to Hachi by now.
Which way do you think he went? Both roads look traveled. Let's search the area. He can't be far.
Search for Hachi.
Masako, look. The man with the cart.
That's Hachi, Sadao's brother.
He's leaving.
And we will follow. Close, but out of sight. He's getting away.
No, he's not. Calm down.
What nice weather for a walk.
Gonna have to come back here. There's a thing here. Good. Dang it.
If we run into Mongols, my old friend, you're on your own.
Is he talking to his horse? Yes, so, 'cause I don't see anybody else.
He has visitors.
We can't let them see us.
Water? Other things? Sure. Of course. We were promised nothing. Not yet, but I have something for your guest.
It's a meeting.
We'll pass it along.
He handed them a note.
I'll stop here again at the usual time. We'll meet you there.
Forget the wagon. Follow those horses.
That man is an idiot.
He's the headman's brother.
Still an idiot.
But he has good sake.
Today. Today all he had was a note.
That note is more important than your life. If we fail to deliver, the headman will kill us.
Sadao's a family man.
From a bad family.
His cousins are bandits.
Remember the riots that erupted? The Kuta farmstead with Solon rice?
Yes.
Who do you think hired the bandits that slaughtered the protesters?
Headman Sadao.
The coward.
I knew it.
Right. So next time you think of the headman, remember the Kuta massacre.
Did you see anything?
woodcutter's house. Guarded by bandits.
Sadow's cousins. We must be hiding there,
We don't know that.
but we will soon find out.
What are you doing? Oh my goodness, are you serious? I don't remember how to play this game. It's balls. Ow. Wait, what do you mean get down? How did I get up there?
I'm losing him! Don't let him get away!
Don't you?
There!
Don't you?
Take this! Got you now! You won't win! No!
Son of a bitch. Stop shooting at me. Is she still alive? She is. She can handle herself. Since she just ran in like a crazy. How are you? It's not going too well. Son of a bitch. Give me a second, guys. Alright, guys. I do need to take a break real quick. I have to go downstairs for my food. But I will be back ASAP. It shouldn't take more than a few minutes. So, BRB real quick. Shadow, they're happy. How are you guys doing? Eat later. Didn't say that I'm eating now. I had to go for the food. Fucking understand some people. The guy is working while his leg is not broken, but whatever, hurt. So he won't come up to the 5th floor.
Oh, you gon' hunt for food later, mwahahaha.
Because of that. So he would rather call me and tell me to go down for it. I'm just catching up with chat. No, I'm not hunting for any food. Thank you very much for that. Sub happy. Or that resub, I should say. Month, 41 months. Indeed. I appreciate that. Thank you. Right now I have to put the food away from in front of me. Anyway, how are you guys doing? And no, I didn't tell you what I'm gonna eat. Nobody asked me. Nobody was here when I went down. It's randomly saying on stream that I got this or that or whatever. The heck? You try to be nice sometimes. You were here, I just ignore you all. Nobody said anything in chat. I am not fortune teller or whatever to say who is here. The heck? Always share what we get for foods. Right. Ah, fucking hell. My back hurts. My back hurts, guys. My back hurts. I hate this. How is the bed now? It's good, okay. It doesn't fall apart underneath me, that's for sure. And unless I end up like 500 kilos, it shouldn't fall apart either. Yeah, it's fixed. Yesterday when I wrote the announcement, that's pretty much when we finished fixing it. I have to get rid of this. There. Five is putting it away. Fixes that. Yeah, Y is the that. Other than back being badly hurt. Not badly, but I do feel my back. I'm fine, I guess. Hungry. But you guys said that I'm not allowed to eat because I have to entertain you, so. Like actually hard work. Well, it was not. It wasn't.
Corpses can't answer questions.
There's someone in the house. I'll make them talk.
Let me try first. A note from Sadao. Hachi gave it to the guards. Doesn't say where he's hiding. I'm not going to hurt you. My name is Sakai. Who are you?
Hina, Sadao's wife.
My husband is innocent. The Mongols killed your family.
Where is he?
I don't know.
You're lying.
She'll help us. She can't stay here.
I'll take her to my estate.
She is going to kill me.
No harm will come to you.
Well, it's okay. I am eating. I'm not listening to you guys. Meet Masako at the Adachi estate. Well, if you were here, I would have. Probably not, but yeah. Don't you even trying to be nice me here. Are you too happy? Turn the tables. The heck? Okay, where was it? It was somewhere here-ish. There was a... What's that called? I got a spring. Saw it when we were passing by, following the guys with the... on the horses. I think that's it. Yep, there's the yellow bird. You're always nice and kind. Right. Flying and then do... Mm-hmm. Okay, sure. Here. How's your weekend going, guys? Reflect on the fallen samurai. Creatures comforts. The fallen samurai.
I lost good friends on the beach. Kasa, Matsudo, Hongo. I won't forget what you sacrificed for our home.
Right?
You're a good horse.
Okay, so for Tsushima, there are some in Azamo. There are some what? Oh, there are some in Azamo who want to fight back against the Mongols, but they are not samurai and will only endanger their lives. I should seek them out. Sure, I guess. Gonna go for that. That's the closest, because we do have to work ourselves down. We have to work down. We have to go down south. Whatever, you know what I mean. If you posted made me laugh. You're doing your own tricks. I was honestly imagining you doing that for what the heck. I am doing my own tricks. Ow. What the heck? Okay, good thing that we have the regen, auto regen. Ah, geez. Where did our horse go? Where's that? What is this? Is good or bad? Oh, this seems to be good. Oh, and we do have a mission here. Hello.
You seem troubled. What's wrong?
I saw a terrible battle near Kuta farmstead. Bandits and Mongols slaughtering each other.
Normally I'd let them tear into each other all they want, but the violence may put others in danger. Keep away from there. I'll have a look.
The invaders burned Komoda to ash. Nothing left.
the mouse. H. Nah, we're still gonna keep going down. What the food did I get? I think I should take only bits and pieces. That's alright. So, I got some grilled chicken breast. It came with some French fries, but I also got some mashed potatoes because I wanted to eat a little bit more than just fries with it. And then, of course, some garlic sauce and some assortment of pickles. And to be more exact, it's pickles, like pickles, and pickled paprika, or yeah, like red paprika, pickled red paprika. I don't know, bell pepper. I think that's what it's called. Pickled bell peppers. Sounds good. It is good. Good meal while dessert. I don't know about the dessert part, but I don't care. Still having it. I don't care if I deserve it or not. You eat anything already today? Not yet. Wait, nothing at all today? Like throughout the entire day? I don't know what I'm doing, where I'm going. We have a few guys here. Can we? Why did that not have the... Come on, one at a time. Son of a bitch. Finally. Okay. Oh hey, he's still alive. I did see somebody here, but I thought he was dead. Hurry, what? Everybody's dead. Calm down. It's just dinner. Haven't. Oh, okay.
Hold still.
Good.
There were rumors you and Lord Shumenor survived,
Good
my
that
lord.
you ate.
I'm glad they're true.
Thank you for that air that you gave me, I guess. But you give me some supplies. That is not my... I almost said car. That is not my horse. the washing machine finished? Give me a sec, guys. It did finish. So I have to go AFK again. Wait, what did I eaten during the day? Change my bad habits into good and healthy eating times. Okay, good. Good, good. What did you eat today? I'll take a couple more bites before going to... Shit. Oh, there we go. Before going to do the laundry. Where's the time? Weather, time of the day, there we go. Probably weather as well. Clear. We are under too much vegetation. This is not gonna work. Pasta salad for lunch and eggs for breakfast. Pasta salad. Okay. Ooh, that's nice. Well, I do hope you enjoyed. Oh yeah, I did get the salad as well. For later or for tomorrow. Whether pasta salad is really good. Hey there, sweet. Welcome in, welcome in. Where's my sword? That's probably sheatheded. Haven't made one in a while. Yep, it died. Shadow, are you having your auto correct on? There are particles, so color grading. Oh, there we go. That's actually a bit better, I guess. You do. Okay, and so that means that you are on PC, not PC, on the other thing, on your phone. No, no, we leave that default. Upgrading intensity. Pissing me off. The very first thing I always do when I get a new phone is turn off autocomplete. I do leave on the suggestions, but the autocomplete, I turn it off. I'm too lazy to remember. Okay. How are you doing, sweet? Did you eat? You said that you... Well, you will eat, but a long time ago, so... Oceans won't be visible too much with that helmet. The sword. Yeah. Yes, pasta salad, homemade are awesome. Okay, what do you put in the pasta salad? I'm gonna pick up this as well. Thanks, Mom-in-law. Made the best pasta salad. I still get it after almost 15 years. Nice. Haven't been with her daughter. Wait, huh? What? You haven't been with her daughter? Um... I see. They almost always add diced tomatoes, green chilies, and cubed cheese, sometimes pepper jack or Corby jack, and Parmesan cheese. Maybe some kind of diced meat as well. Okay, that does sound good. I was a, or is a good guy. Okay. Lovely. Okay, guys. I do have to go do the laundry though. So I will be back in just a few minutes. Let me add that thing back again. It goes over, but whatever. BRB real quick. Go be responsible for once? Excuse you? Excuse you? I did not start a war. What the heck are you talking about? I sent you a reel, a funny reel. You're telling me I started a war. What the heck? For what? Responsible for once? Really? Yesterday, I didn't stream, didn't even open my computer the entire day. That's how responsible I was. Repairing that freaking bed. And the entire week, I was getting shit for that freaking bed. To be responsible. And you say responsible for once. Wow. Just wow. Did I take a picture? I think I did. You're responsible for what, she says. What the heck? You know what? I'm not gonna. Samo Prefecture. Ooh, bamboo. Nope, I wasn't fast enough. Oops. I pressed completely the wrong thing. I- Finally. Jeez. Oh, that's going underneath.
My lord,
Hi.
have you come to help the Azamo League too?
I don't know. What is that?
I've never heard of them.
Farmers and fishermen banded together to fight the Mongols. I've come from Ariake to train them.
I admire their bravery. How is the training going?
They were supposed to meet me here hours ago. I was about to look for them.
I'll ride with you.
Or Tsushima.
Their leaders stay at a farmhouse nearby. They'll know where the main force is camped. As a child, I dreamed of becoming a samurai. Now, I'm riding with a real one.
But you know how to fight and handle a horse.
My village was constantly raided by pirates on the coast. They killed my parents when I was young. I learned to defend myself. I hope the skills I gained through hardship can be of use to the people here.
You're not so different from a samurai.
My lord, you flatter me.
Ah, oops. I forgot it follows the mouse. Yeah, I wouldn't do it, Shadow. I wouldn't do it if I were you.
There's a fire up ahead.
The farmhouse!
Cut them down.
Just calm down. It won't calm down. Bye. You're still alive.
These are the men I'm supposed to meet.
If the Mongols found them, they could have found the main force too.
I should have come sooner.
We can still warn the others. Hear that? They might have found the main force.
We have to help them. Hurry, my lord!
Wait!
Wait, I have to pick up supplies. And shit. I'm losing the boy. Where is she? Where did she go? Oh, there. Come on. Oh, come. No, she was there! What the fuck are you talking about? Wow.
Hurry, my lord!
Wait!
How are you? Come here, why did you stop here? Other times you keep moving all over the place. Oh my goodness, are you serious? It's gonna fail again. Are you fucking serious?
Hurry, my lord!
Wait!
Come here. Yeesh. I'm unteachable. What? Yeah, I didn't read everything that you wrote. Just give me a second. I'll read. Just after
Too
this.
late.
We can't save every...
Oops. Oh, dang it.
one.
Then I will avenge the
The
dead.
samurai remains calm before a fight. Wait!
Girl, calm. What is wrong with all the females in this game? All of them charging in like crazy. The heck?
Pay for your crimes, invaders!
Seriously? Seriously? Fuck you. Fucking... Die already with your fucking bow. die. Allies fallen. Are you serious? She dead. Fine, whatever. They're going.
You fought and died for our people, like a true samurai.
Hey there, Nini. Welcome in. Let me catch up with chat. Oh. Mine's where the thoughts encounter words. Wish I could do cooking classes with people who want to learn. He's such an amazing teacher. Except for Bulan, he's unteachable. Wow. Yeah, I can only imagine. You know what? Ella. What is that? A month ago, my Spanish old neighbor made it for me. This is a good Spanish from part of southeast of Spain. In a Spanish country, raised in another country. Tired but good. Good. Up later than I should be. It is late, isn't it? What time is it? 2 a.m? 3 a.m, something like that. Just check this shadow. And for me, and my food is now ready. You'll have a great day. All right, sweet. Enjoy your food. Thank you for popping in. It's not right. 1 a.m. Oh yeah, I meant 1 or 2 a.m. I had a lot to get done. Okay. Are you going somewhere again? It's too hot in here. Are you going to Japan or something? Not Japan. What the heck am I talking about? To South Korea? Not going anywhere. Oh, okay. Hanging out in VRC. Rarely. Every now and then. Don't ask Shadow. Shadow doesn't want to join. And I keep telling him to join. I think he would have fun in VR chat. The Legends guy, isn't it?
Battle was fought in this place. But when morning came, no bodies were found. It said a powerful witch raised them from the dead to fight by her side. Want to hear the truth?
Oh, I already lived the truth. Okay. That just behind us, of course. Are you in a VRC? Every now and then, Nini? Should we just follow, or should we follow the wind? Hi, Nini, again. Stand off. Why am I standing? Oh, these
Draw your
guys.
blades.
Can't use commands on mobile. No, it doesn't. I think most of the commands don't work on mobile. But that's a Twitch thing. The fuck with your double blades? I can't do shit today. Ooh. Followed won't work. Followed. Are you, you mean the followage? That is not the Twitch command. It's a stream elements command, so it's with the exclamation mark, not slash.
You'll be free soon.
The best day of my life, my lord.
Go, and stay safe.
I'd be honored if you had this.
Thank you for whatever you gave me. I wasn't paying attention. Still have to keep going. We're halfway there. Sitting there and watching this guy. Oh, wow. This guy.
You'll get through this.
Am I going the right way? I kinda am. Oh, there we go. Yellow bird. It's gonna be another bamboo thing, isn't it? Oh, it's not. Okay. Okay. What the heck? Anyway. Hi. Oh, these.
Is
I
everything
remember
all
this.
right?
Would you care to join me for a cup of tea?
Tea. This is the famed Ki Sake Brewery of Ozumo.
Please. This way.
Value of sake. I did not start a war against you with reals. What the heck? Stop lying to people. Wow. Just wow.
Apologies, my lord. I couldn't speak freely out there. The Mongols might have overheard.
Awful.
The Mongols have been here?
They've been drinking us dry.
I can't fault their taste. Ki Sake is the pride of Tsushima.
Especially compared to that horse piss they drink.
I think it's mare's milk.
Is there a difference?
When are they coming back?
Soon.
Take your workers and hide. I'll deal with the Mongols. Need to find a good spot for an ambush.
Everyone, gather round. We need to get behind the brewery and stay out of sight. Our friend here is going to renegotiate our relationship with the Mongols.
Not this time. Right.
Are you cowards?
Come on, let's just do this. Hopefully not mess up this time. One. Two. Three. And four.
Damn, there's more.
Where is that more? How the heck do they know that I'm here? Oh, they don't. I meant to do chain. Where is that? That. There are more? Yeah, of course. You, archer. Okay, come on here, guys, so that I can see you. Turn around. What the heck? Are you serious? More archers? Okay. Of course there are more. He found the... Yeah, he did. Right, aren't there? Yeah, there are two. Come on. One more time. get it? Any more?
Well done, my lord.
Yankees horn with his mouth. The horn with his mouth. What the heck? Did she just say, well done, my lord? And they were in the back watching.
The Mongols will be back when their men don't return.
Can you stay? You could drink as much sake as you like. It would be on the
I'm
house.
afraid you'll need to relocate. Try the Golden Temple in Ariake. Many have found refuge there.
Thank you, my lord.
Value of sake. I don't drink too much sake though. Am I? Oh, it is drinking. Okay. Alright. We saved the sake people as well. There's nothing all the way down. Come blacksmith. Meet Yuna at her friend's home in southern Azamo. Travel to the coast of Kishi grasslands. Map. Yeah, let's keep going down. We shall see. Archer's Rise. Not that, this. Come on. No, straight? Kinda-ish. So what about this war shadow? This game, I mean, obviously. Oh, wait, how do you, like, travel around on a horse? What do you mean, Shadow? That was not referring to you, you son of a... Ooh, Shadow. It's like he's not lying. No, I did not start a reel. I sent him a reel. Not mine. One that I found. About the guy at the doctor. Around in the map and go by horses. Oh, there's something here. Where? Up there? Stop flying around and tell me which way to go. It's just flying in circles. Okay, there is somebody in here. But this is not it.
Poor Hatsu. She'll likely starve soon.
Who are you speaking of?
A widow, on the outskirts of Tsutsu. She lives alone and has no means of securing food for herself.
I'll check on her.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. The second one is the full reel.
Their weapons
The first one seems to be just a part of it.
Someday we'll go for a peaceful ride.
Wait, where am I going? First of all, let me go here, whatever this bird is trying to show me, because I think it's here. Oh, a pillar. Okay. Thank you. Be nice jumping off of here. Yeah, with a parachute, of course. So can you get around in the map and go by horse? I'm still not sure what you mean, Shadow. I just try to go places I haven't been at. Sheesh. You get more to get more of the map discovered. Sometimes I follow roads, sometimes I don't. I don't know, it depends. Even though if I follow roads, there are lots of like guys that I meet that I have to fight, so yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Pretty much Breakpoint, but in Tsushima. Oh, what's that? Oh, Fox. Hello, Fox. Where are we going? I'm following. Show the path. Almost messed up there. You got around the map, right? You can choose to go by foot or by horses. Like wildlands, you have to go. What do you think of only being able to ride on horse? I don't really go by foot in the first place. Because it takes way too long. So I usually just call my horse. And go around with him. Asleep. I have to play Shadow. Or just hang out in DC again while we do stuff. In the game, talk to you. Alright, Nini. Good night, sweet dreams. Thank you very much for coming in. I do appreciate it. It's been a while since I saw you. But good night. Oh, 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 oh. What the heck? Why can I not? Okay, let's get the health back. I'm sorry, Shadow, but they still don't understand. I like going around with my horse. There we go, finally. Arrow Peak Shrine. This is a shrine. Have to get up somehow. Question is, how? I like to go by horse. Well, yeah.
Careful, my lord. This path is dangerous.
Since that's what I have to do. I have to learn to ride horses like IRL.
Dangerous for a samurai, but not a priestess. What are you doing here?
My duty, tending the shrines. When the war ends, people will need these torii gates to mark their path, so they can find the Shinto shrines and pray for the kami's protection.
We could use their protection now.
Yes, but the paths are too treacherous. I tried to visit the nearby shrine, almost fell to my death.
Maybe I can reach it. As a boy, I climbed every tree and cliff around my village.
If you get there in one piece, pray for our island, and take an omamori charm for yourself. Wear it close, and the charm will change your fate.
And perhaps the fate of our home. Thank you.
Follow the torii gates. They will lead you to shrines all across our island, and the omamori charms that rest there.
Yeah, will do. Thank you. Actually, dope, I heard. Riding horses, I guess, I hope. I've never rode any horse. As a man, I heard you can't walk straight up for a day or two. It's your first time. Just a rumor, though, I think. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm sure it has like what do you call it? I'm sure you have to ride it a certain way so that your balls don't get squished. The technique, that's what I meant to say. I'm sure there is a specific technique how you have to ride it so that you don't sing soprano for the foreseeable future. What? I'm back down here. Oh wait, no, I'm good. I was on the other side. She was on the other side. Okay. So we still have to read the scroll. The Mongols came in the night. Luckily father was on watch. Oh, I think I read these. Well, hopefully they're gonna tell me wherever I go to ride how are you supposed to ride properly, especially as a man. They're gonna bring you a stud and just ride full on. Oops. Guess we'll see. That is definitely one of the... where am I? Where am I supposed to go? This way? I guess so. That is definitely something on my bucket list to do. To learn how to ride a horse. I mean, I can go back without having to go around and stuff. Okay, good. Another read. Father died last night. I'm so tired, but I can't sleep. Not while the sun is out. It's beautiful up here. Imagine that. No, I'm just... Come on, there we go. riding can be fun, I think. I hope so. Sorry about that. Wait, I keep... Forgot to take that away. Dang it. Okay. There is usually an easy way down. Oh, here it is. The Sun Shrine. Go check this one out as well. In case there's something. There are so many places that you'd have to go to. Hi. Just had another picture of a husky riding a horse. What the heck? Hey, you have something to tell me. What's up? What's up? What is up?
Lord Sakai, I think I saw Lady Masako riding for the beach at Komoda.
Her husband died there. And her sons.
I hear Mongols still hold the beach. I worry for her safety.
I worry more for what she'll do to them. But you're right. I shouldn't leave her alone.
Survivors of the Odin Temple. Mongols spared it. For now.
All the way up there? You saw her down here riding to the beach. How the heck does that work? Ceiling is up and the sky is up there. Well, she wouldn't want to tell me what is up, so... Okay. Alright, let's go. I know. But she wouldn't tell me. He made you say it. Because she didn't. She just didn't want to talk to me. I knew this is something to pick up. How does the fox done again? Oh, jeez. See, this is what I was talking about. Finding every other step to find one. She must be different too. What the heck? Come on. You. And you. And there's one more. Are you gonna... No, he's not running away. There we go. You stay where you are. Not leaving. Wow, you're just still alive as well. Okay, anybody else alive? I'd like to be able to put away my katana. Thank you. Kunai. I should probably start using other stuff as well. Oh, you don't have anything. Well, let's help him.
I'm here. You're going to be all right.
Didn't buy a route to Vostok yet.
We
Still need
more
the money
like
to buy
you,
it.
Lord Sakai.
Find somewhere safe. Be careful.
My lord, this is for you.
Oh, is it's not expensive enough? Is that what you're saying? You have to wait until it gets more expensive,
Never leaving my family's side again.
and you want to pay full price. I see. I see. Am I going the right way? I am. Is it on a discount now? I don't think it's on a discount. Oh, there we go again.
Looking for me?
Part of the map is so distracting, by the way. What do you mean? Which part? And the other one is threatened. Well, he was. Not anymore. You guys? Nope, you're still alive. I knew it. I just knew it. Where I'm at? What do you mean? Distracting? And so many things to do. Okay, on over. Go this way. Wait, isn't this... Ah. Yo, what's up?
Those people need help. I just hope Hanauka can get to them in time. If not...
Who needs help?
A camp of refugees. They're very sick. The healer Hanauka is trying to reach them.
The Mongols have brought that region to its knees. Bandits rule the roads. The healer will need help to get there.
Listen, I get easily distracted. Okay? Can hear it in your voice. You're already judging me. English. I wasn't judging you.
Good noble. Faster, noble.
Wait, am I going the wrong way? The right way. I am going the right way. I mean, if you want, I can judge you. Bear. Yep. What's up, buddy? One more. Two more. There we go. Is that way that we have to go? Yeah.
Quickly, noble.
Not even fair fight. What do you mean not even fair fight? They can knock you off of your horse.
I wasn't asking, not connected.
That was a misunderstanding.
That was a sword-sucking mission trying to wriggle out of trouble.
And it worked. I offloaded that sour rice water and you...
Had to look over my shoulder.
for a month.
You're paranoid.
You owe me, Kenji.
Oh, Kenji! We finally meet Kenji.
Taka's counting on us.
I love the kid, but this is too dangerous. It will never work.
We'll make it work.
This the samurai?
You can call me Lord Sakai.
Forgive me, my lord. I am Kenji, upstanding merchant, renowned sake brewer.
And the best swindler on the island. That's why he's going to help us rescue my brother from Azamo Bay.
That town's a fortress.
If the Mongols took it, we'll need an army to penetrate the walls.
Or a single delivery of sake.
It'll never work.
Get your sake ready. We'll discuss the plan on the move.
Let's have a drink first. Talk this through.
Now, Kenji.
The broken blacksmith.
When we get close to the town, you can hide in the cart with the sake.
The Mongols won't search it?
Not anymore. It's the same sake delivery I always sell them. They love my Dars. Dars, Mughal, give a Dars now!
You've been doing business with the enemy.
I keep the Mongols drunk, and they let me keep my head. All set. You sure you want to go through with this?
Anything for Taka.
How bad is the occupation in Azamo Bay?
A few people fought back. The ones left alive are prisoners or slaves.
But you never saw Taka?
No. But someone's been working the forge the past few days. Maybe it's your brother.
How long have you two known each other?
Since I was too young to know better.
I was just starting to brew sake. Sold Yuna my first batch.
Tasted like piss, but it was cheap.
For a while, I tried to get Taka's help selling it. Turned out he was too soft.
People told him sob stories, and he'd give them sake, free of charge. Mongols.
Damn, you two better get in the cart.
There aren't many. I can handle them.
No, Jin. Taka is so close. Please.
All right.
How come I having subtitles when you talk? I just noticed that now. Now it's off. Yeah, for the past 3 weeks, 2 weeks, something like that. I have the subtitles on. They say absolutely nothing what I am saying, but yeah, they're on. Do you like the stealth missions in this game? Yeah, me too. Just the stealth in general in this game.
Get ready. They might search the cart.
You said they don't do that.
The town gates. I've never seen them this far out here.
My hand. Please. You can see your boy. Hey! You, stop.
Dars! Dars for Azamo Bay!
Dars, hurry up.
Just a little farther.
What was all that screaming?
Doesn't matter. Keep it down.
Is that what Taka's going through?
Your brother's a skilled blacksmith. They won't treat him like that.
You don't know that.
We're getting closer. Quiet.
The first time when I came here, I tried to go in multiple times just to be shut down. Because the game won't let you.
Mongo, what's that urge?
I can't believe this worked. Oh no. Somebody must have pissed off the Mongols. They burned half the town.
More like real stealth.
This is where we part ways.
Keep the Mongols drunk and distracted.
I'll do my best.
Stay safe, Genji.
And you, Lord Sakai.
Taka's waiting for us. Let's go.
Once we're done, I'll meet you at the crossroads behind town.
We need a vantage point to scout ahead.
This way.
Remember, no alarms. We do this quietly.
All the prisoners suffer. Got it.
Thirsty! Come
Up here.
get your delicious nuts!
Look, by the gate.
He's in charge. A slaver.
Bastard.
He's inspecting the prisoners like they're horses.
He might lead us to Taka.
Follow him.
Mixed feelings with this one.
Taka's probably fine. He wouldn't try to run.
Let's go.
Where's he going? Right in front of the enemy. What the heck? Wait, where is she? Oh, there she is. No, he's going. I was new back then. Yeah, I perfectly understand. I literally just told you, like, first time I did this, actually before even doing this, I was trying to get in here. I just kept shutting down, being shut down, or just the game resetting, because you know how it doesn't let you go into a place. Oh shit, I almost messed it up. Go into a place where you dude, go on the fucking ladder today, or that's the guy, right? I hope that's the guy. Oh no no no.
Bastard! He'll kill Taka!
Never played any games, sort of.
Market's full of Mongols.
We can't lose the slaver if he reaches Taka first.
Stay close, Yuna. I'll find a way through.
No. Calm down. We won't be able to get up there. Ah, dang it. Oh, he did stop though. So that's good. Stop seeing me. The heck? there anybody inside? No. But the thing is that we cannot go to the other side. This type of game. Yeah. I don't really want to kill, but I might have to. At least he's not moving anymore. I'm going to kill this guy. I think I will kind of have to. So I think it stops here. Yeah, of course.
The slaver.
Yeah. Okay. So no killing at all. No killing. Wait, where did... Oh, inside.
Please. I need to rest.
It's Taka.
Yes. Right.
Taka! What did they do to you? You're safe now.
We need to move.
We can't. They'll catch us, just like the others.
This is Lord Sakai. He'll protect us.
I need you to trust me, Taka. I need your help.
I'll try, my lord. There's a gate nearby.
Then that's where we break out.
That gate.
They found the slaver.
They'll kill us. We need to hide.
No, keep moving.
We can climb those crates.
Where are we going?
Kenji's waiting for us at the crossroads.
Kenji's with you?
If he made it out alive.
The story's so dope. Yeah. Story is definitely good as well. Oh. Let him pass. All right, now where are the crossroads? Oh, some more. It's the crossroads. That's not the crossroads. They're still further ahead. Oh shit. Wait, this crossroad? No. like the wind. Yeah, I could have.
Horses, they're coming for us. Get in the tall grass and stay down.
They're not
Kenji!
coming for
Taka!
us.
You made it!
Were you followed?
No, but we can't go back to my place. It's crawling with Mongols.
We should go.
We have to put some distance between us and Azamo Bay.
What a good horse.
Haven't seen a Mongol since dawn. I think we're clear.
We need to figure out where to go next.
There's a place up ahead where you can see most of Izuhara.
Everyone all right?
I could use a drink and some sleep.
I can help with one of those.
Taka, you've been quiet.
First time in days I haven't felt like I was about to die. My lord, I am grateful. But how do you know Kenji and my sister?
I owe Yuna my life.
We have something in common.
I'm not built for riding all night.
Komatsu is just over that ridge.
They have a forge.
One of the best on the island.
Good place to make tools. Maybe something to get Jin over the walls of Castle Canada. What do you say, Taka?
My lord, I'll do anything to repay you for freeing me.
Thank you. Taka, Kenji, get some rest. We can't stay here long. How are you doing?
I have my brother back.
He's shaken up. Can you get him to Komatsu in one piece?
With food and rest, he'll be fine.
Your brother wasn't the only prisoner in Azamo Bay.
You're going to save them.
And make their captors suffer.
Good.
Ride for Komatsu Forge. I'll join you when I can.
Jin? Thank you.
Blacksmith rescued her brother, Yuna's brother. Would you hear Canada instead of Canada? Castle Canada. No, not Castle Canada. Yeah, we have to ask DC, but I highly doubt that they have castles in Canada. We're all the way up here. And that's all I heard. Okay. Food is done. I have only the salad left, which I'm not gonna eat now. We have to go back to Azamo Bay. And what's it called? And free it. Well, free the people from it. We also have to go. Can we actually teleport anywhere? We cannot teleport anywhere nearby Azamo Bay. Because I kind of wanted to teleport up here to the Golden Temple since we have a couple of gifts available. And then teleport back down here. But we can, there's nowhere to teleport. Maybe we should go, I think this was a, what's it called? A fort or something like that. Maybe we can go get this freed, and then maybe we can teleport there back. Because I mean, that is a ride from the Golden Temple to Azamo Bay. It's quite a ride. Wait a second. It wasn't raining just a second ago. The heck? We're gonna go down there. Wait, we didn't get that, did we? No, we didn't. Let your people go? What the heck? Less complaining, more riding. I wasn't even complaining. What are you talking about? I guess. There we go. I'm just gonna call down our horse once we're out. That's what I heard. What the heck? Reflect on a warrior's burden. The Yarikawa Rebellion. A warrior's burden.
I wish being a samurai were as easy as slipping into warm water.
What the heck? That wasn't even me. Because I'm a bad warrior. I'm no bad warrior. What the heck are you talking about? Bad warrior. Wow, you're just calling me a bad warrior. I see how it is. I see how it is.
Come here and fight! She's muerta en el
I did not call you anything. The heck?
Help me!
You'll be free soon.
at last.
Be careful up there.
It's not much, but please, take it.
Okay. Your enemies to die more quietly? What the heck? No, I don't think I can. I mean, yeah, sure, I can tell them, but I highly doubt that they will listen. Oh. Not that way. We've been here. Wait, again?
Don't forget to rest, my lord.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a man, my lord, swinging his sword, slashing the air on the beaches of Tsutsu.
Another survivor? Or a bandit?
I don't know, but I think he was crying.
They'll have to kill us. Every last one.
I think I remember this one. It's Genji's. Yeah, that's Genji. I think this is the one with the father wanting to save his daughter. I think. Is he shining down here? But we already have all that. BS? What the heck? Oh, it's a line. Thank you. All right. Go. Okay, I guess we're gonna follow this road. Where the heck was who crouching? Yeah, and more.
My lord, don't go into the forest of Kashine. They're haunted by angry spirits. Dead samurai, eager to spill blood.
We're in the middle of a war. I doubt spirits are the cause of this.
People go into the woods and never come out. Mongol and Japanese alike. The bodies that turn up have all been killed by samurai blades.
Blades are needed by men, not spirits. I'll look into this.
Okay. I do remember this one as well. I was circling around so long with this one. Okay.
Let's go, Nobu.
And I think this is it. Tangled Crossroads. I do not want to stand off. Kill enemies without healing. Okay. Let's attempt that. How many were there? I had to kill without healing. Are you serious? You turn around exactly when I come here. 7 of them. Nope. That did not work. Dang it. PS4 controllers and switch to Xbox controller, so when you play this game and play RDR2, you can kick your horse. Did with the Xbox controller, and my horse was gone in the middle of mission. I had to find another horse to sail and ride a stranger's horse. All in a story mode, but well, it happens. Get down, please. We do have to get that guy. This is the... let's just slaughter him. There, done. Put that sword away. Movement is watch out with controller. Which controller do you use? See? Good thing I'm not using any controller. No, get down. Not that that means that I cannot kick my horse by mistake. You learn from your mistake. Yeah, you do. Now, hopefully you do. Nope, 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 nope. I really had to start coming this way now, didn't you? My back hurts. All going now. Okay. I'm gonna see. I try to do that there. Wait, who was? Oh, there's another one up there. Oh. Last time I played with Gervais online RDR2, I had no gun. I was going Rambo only with a knife on a mission. Put it together. Oh, that's so hard. Just killing people with a knife gun. You'd have been so proud. I'm killing the team, right? Thing is that they are going to see the body. Gonna have to move quickly. No. I said jump. Die here. You die here. And hopefully he is... Okay, you didn't see the body. Good. And that was the last guy, I think. I think they do, right? Can't remember if they do. Wait, is that? Why did it not say that it's freed or whatever? Some iron, some linen, some black powder bombs. Thank you. This is how I like to play. Not that it works out all the time, but still. Oh, there we go. It is cleared. Okay, question. Can we teleport there if we move away? Because I guess it seems like right now we cannot. Let's try to go to that question mark. Do that too, maybe. That way we should be able to see. Oh shit.
Looking for me?
I see and get what you mean. Yeah. There we go. Nobody alive. Good. I was looking for Nobu. But since we are nearby something, that's what this yellow bird tells us. Let's run there. Survivor camp. Is that what the question mark was? Yep.
You know about the samurai who's going around?
Would you like to see what I have?
A real samurai.
It gives me hope to see a samurai again. Why do you think the Mongols took him prisoner?
Okay. Anyway. So, can we teleport? Fast travel. There we go. Okay, so we can. Dang it. So we are fast traveling here to check the gifts and the altar.
Why do you think the Mongols took him prisoner?
5 leather. 5 steel.
Lord Shimura would never betray us.
5 yew wood. 100 supplies.
A great bow is a work of art.
Where is, oh, there. I saw the yellow bird. Where's the yellow bird bringing us? What did we miss? Camps like those should be fast travel points. I didn't even check the camp itself. Yeah, the camp as well. This is closer though. We're gonna have to go there. Since it's freed already, it should be safe. Hello, yellow bird. What were you trying to show and which way? Oh, there it is. Back inside. Are you serious?
Does your bow need work, my lord?
Followed that smoke the other day. What'd you find? Mongols. Always wondered where that smoke came
Okay,
from.
I'm here. And it just disappeared and it just reappeared. Okay.
You'll stay away.
What the heck are you trying to show? Is there something up here? No, because then it should stop by the... like on the forge.
There is still hope for us.
What they did to Lord Adachi, it's monstrous.
I have no clue what the heck that bird wants. And I don't recall anything being here either. Okay, anyway. We're done there. If there's anything, I'm gonna pick it up eventually. Just a second, guys, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry about that. The bird are playing tricks on... Yeah, they are. They do be playing tricks on me. Gonna have to go from the other side, or... So, let's see. How can we get in here? Oh, there's nobody here. What the heck?
I have too many gods. We won't stand a chance.
We have to do something. My lord, we're going into Azamo Bay. Help us fight.
You'll endanger everyone inside if you start a fight.
The Mongols are starving and beating our elders, punishing them for a prisoner who escaped.
Your elders had nothing to do with that. Where are they being held?
One's near the shrine. We think the other two are in the houses.
How are you planning to get in? The gates are sealed shut.
There's an opening in the fence by the main gate. We used it as children to sneak out.
I'll use it to sneak in. Stay out of sight until I've opened all the gates.
Thank you, my lord.
Unfinished business. Remember first time chasing the deck fox? It was like, find your own way home. You wanna be Doc? What the heck? Okay. No. We do not stand off here. We don't want the entire village to be on us. I'm not even sure if I wanna open the gate, to be honest. I'm not sure if they're gonna... What are they going to do? They might be just like the rebels. Start fighting. It's gonna see the body. I try to wait as much as possible to get as far as possible, because they might see his body. And when the other dude comes back on this side, like right now. Oh no, he doesn't see the body. Okay. We do have 4, 5 guys, 6 guys visible. It's been forever since I've played the whole game through. Yeah, how am I supposed to do this? I do remember when I did this, I just had to fight them. And try to get this guy like this. Problem is with these two guys. Well, with this guy to be more exact. Yeah, and he's one of the big guys. Bow and arrow. Problem is the big guy is gonna see whoever I take. And I cannot take the big guy because he's being seen by this guy. But I will have to. I will take the big guy because he's the most annoying one. And then there are 3 here. Maybe the 4th is gonna be pulled as well. Maybe. But oh well. I keep pressing a different button. There. These guys are done, and the other one did not get pulled. Good. Now the only thing is, I still don't really want to open, because I still think they will just attack won't be able to stay quiet. GG's, thank you.
Huge wishwater.
Oh shit. He did see the body. Oh well. And we cannot get up here. Jinxed it. Nah, it was on me. I should have known not to kill him there. But I still did. It's the urge to kill in game, of course. Shit. Yes, shit. You fucking no. Leave him alone. Leave her alone. I said leave her alone. That goes for all of you. There. Okay. All down. We're all good. Now you
Please free me.
Hold still.
go to safety and don't be detected.
You hurt,
I'm fine. They wanted me to heal their sick.
and you refused. Stay here until I've dealt with the rest.
Please, free our blacksmith Izumi. The Mongols are holding him in one of the houses.
Another blacksmith. Okay, privilegers from cages, kill Mongol leaders. Oh, there are 3 leaders. Free the village elders, open the village gates. 3 gates. Okay, maybe... Don't be sus, lady. Right. Maybe we could open... assassinate him. But I bet as soon as I assassinate him, he's gonna start coming out. Whatever. Okay, he didn't. And you saved the lady. Okay. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to open it up. And whatever, we're just gonna deal with it if they mess up everything. Okay, that's 1. Thanks for making it easier for Bulan. Ish. Ish. Okay, they don't seem to be doing anything. I'm not entirely sure if it's good or bad. Ah, dang it. And I get him quietly in there. He is alone with the... Dang it, I cannot get in there. Just from the inside, it looks like. Welcome back, sweet. Welcome back. I don't like is that quiet. Oh, he's inside. But of course we cannot get him. Thank you for the lurk. Then she goes into lurk mode. Wow.
What are you saying?
Oh. Calm down, calm down. Oh, here it is. But we cannot get in there. Dang it. But here we can.
I'll kill you!
Right? That's okay. Can we... Oh, this was one of the other... They're fairly quick, not because of you. Right, I'm gonna relax and just watch for now. So now is the brown stuff, Jerry being bold and hearing me saying hi or don't what the heck. Okay, I don't think we can get these two. Or we can, okay, never mind, I didn't say anything. Right. That's cleared. It's too easy, I don't like it, what the heck? For now, maybe. Nobody upstairs. Can we get on the roof from here? Oh, there is somebody upstairs. Have a long arm. Okay, we're gonna go that way then, I think. Because that guy keeps looking towards the cages. He might be seeing this guy as well. We do have to take the archer as well. That's what she said. What the heck? There's the last, I think that's the last,
My lord.
It's not safe here. Run.
Yeah, I think that's the last leader. Okay, how are we gonna do this? If we manage to get up on that, I think we can. We can get him. Yep. Awesome. You just wanna see me get killed. Just say it.
Resist and be punished.
Just say it. The full thing, Shadow. The full thing. Don't you worry, whenever we're gonna get to the duels, you're gonna see me get killed a bunch of times. Because I suck at the duels. I should just say it.
You're safe here until I deal with your captors.
Thank you, my lord.
They were working us.
Alright.
You're free now.
That was all the villagers, so that one is done. Well, the caged villagers, I should say. This... Can we get... I wonder, can we get there? No, we cannot. Yeah, this one I won't be able to do quietly. Actually... I could do this. I haven't done this in a long time, so... One. Two. And... three. Alright. We're done.
You're going to be alright.
Me too. I press one button or two all the time when I play.
Are you the headman?
I am. The Mongols threatened to kill my people unless I accepted their rule. I was about to give in.
You were strong to resist. Remain hidden until it's safe to come out.
They took our blacksmith, Izumi, to one of the other houses. Please, save him.
Yeah, sure. I'll save whoever I can. Now we just have to replenish that ghost thing. Whatever the heck it's called. We won't be able to get these either. And these as well. You might be able to get that inside and this one, even though I don't know about the one inside. Oh, and this one is moving. Wait, we still have 2 leaders? I thought we should have only 1 left. Up there, please. Thank you. Let's go up on the roof, on the tall part. Probably what we're gonna do is the same thing. We're gonna slot... Ooh, there are those 2 there. As far as I remember, I use bow and arrow. You shouldn't... There will only be 1 left to the leaders. That's what I thought. But it seems like there are 2. The guys with the things above their heads. We're gonna get those two. I fucking knew it. Oh, you don't see me. One. This is 2. We need total of 7. Okay. These 3 we cannot get. And I would rather have the leader dead rather than the other 2. The leader is harder to fight. It's basically like a duel. The leader. And nobody at the towers.
Make new fishing net, bit holkwe. Head then odor javla. You catch fish. Treat you well.
I don't remember the buttons. Because we do also have mouse and keyboard. That's just gamepad. Key mapping. There we go. We have like the items. I just don't remember how to use them. Abilities. Combat. Standoff, some extents. Okay. Concentration thing. Switch camera side. Use quick fire weapon F. Or to select. Okay. Okay, there we go. So we have smoke, wave the flame, sticky bomb, and a kunai. The smoke. I'm gonna have the smoke. Not and me. Critical. No, sorry. We don't leave survivors. Wait, where's the guy? Wasn't he talking to a guy? Well, talking. Not talking, but whatever. Hello there, Egyp. Welcome in, welcome in. If you could stick to English, please, so that everybody understands. And a happy weekend to you too.
My horse stopped working.
Whatever is left of it, right? How are you doing?
I kick, you work, or I kick again.
Yeah, no worries. That guy is looking this way. Okay, so this is another one of those where we cannot. I'm gonna have to go for the leader first. Can we get on top of this somehow? Yeah, more or less. Kinda-ish. Where are you from? If I may ask. I cannot get up there. Dang it. Be there a lot. Island, most beautiful place. Live next to Budapest. Ah, nice. Well, I have been in Budapest as well. And I guess next to it, like, you know, to going to Budapest. What brings you around in these parts of Twitch? A leader and free the villager. And I can't even get up there from here because the other one is gonna see. Wait, we can do a standoff. And it disappeared. Amazing, enjoy your stay. Thank you. We'll do next time when I go there. Oh, not that this. Just clicking left click as well. 1, 2, 3, and 5. No, 4. I meant to say 4. I know how to count. I promise. I sometimes know how to count. Where is the villager? It's just not showing the thing above his head anymore. No, he was in here. Dang it. Are you serious? So, now what? I killed the guys. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Does this game take place in Japan when Mongols invaded? Yes, indeed. It does indeed. We are one of the samurais that fought them and that survived. Oh, up there. Wait, up here? What? I'm confused, but whatever.
My lord, please.
Oh, that's right. I never came back for this dude. Oops.
You're safe now.
I was sure they were going to kill me. They already killed one blacksmith.
No, he escaped. You will too. But stay here until it's safe.
It is safe. It's all done, so you don't have to stay here. Look for the Mongol leader. I already killed the Mongol leader. Oh my goodness. I recently read a historical fiction about Japan. Oh, okay. How was that? Oh, this is a duel, isn't it? Yeah, of course.
Samurai,
You tortured and abused my people.
accept Mongol rule, and your people will not suffer.
You are a liar and a coward. You deserve nothing less than death.
I will take nothing less than your head.
Okay, Shadow, I hope you're watching. This is gonna be a bunch of death. Since you wanna see me die. Best book so far this year. I'm sure of that. Well, never mind, Shadow. My bad. I didn't die. I did not promise I will die. What the heck, Shadow? There was no promise. I thought I would die. So far in every duel, well, I think I did 2. Anyway, in any duel, I died a bunch of times. Shogun by James Clavell. Okay, okay. You said you would die? Yes, because that's what I thought. Okay, now what? Huh? Raise banners, okay. So, I gather you didn't play this game yet, Egip? This is bullshit. What the heck? Fuck you too, Shadow. Fuck you too. Yeah, I never played it, but I've seen it before. Okay. Aren't you interested in playing it? I stay, he lives. I leave, he's dying all the time. Yeah, exactly, so you have to be here, Shadow.
Should have sailed away before the invasion.
Calm down, Nobu. Calm down, Nobu.
Saved enough.
Withdraw ammo.
Have you seen the birds, Lord Sakai?
What birds are you looking for?
The golden ones. Songs that remind you of more peaceful times.
Ah, they were my mother's favorite. She used to say they knew our island better than any other creature.
I believe it, my lord. If it weren't so dangerous, I'd follow one. See where the golden bird leads me.
Maybe I'll do just that. But you should wait until our home is safe once more.
I will, Lord Sakai. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we've been following the birds for a long time now. But thank you for the info. A bunch of stuff. What is that? I won't show. Okay, I can always watch the VOD. Wow, so you saying that you're just gonna leave so that I die and you're gonna watch the VOD? Wow, Shadow, just wow. Frankly, not really. It looks fun nonetheless. Oh, it is. This is the new game plus already. So I've played it through once already, off stream. But it's so good that I said that I have to play it anyway on on New Game Plus, so I said that I'm gonna play it on stream. Kind of gives off Souls-like vibes. And definitely not as hard as a Souls game. Definitely not as hard. Alright, I'm not paying attention. This. There we go. Alrighty.
Of course. We should
And there was another question mark.
travel anywhere alone.
That way? Yeah. That way. I played Dark Souls 3 and I did only the tutorial and a little bit. Oh, the fuck that. And I can tell you this is definitely not like that Dark Souls at least. It's not as hard as Dark Souls. I don't play 3, only 2 and Elden Ring. Oh shit. Where did the fox disappear? Oh, there he is. Fuck you, fox. I had it with you. What the heck? You have some serious issues with foxes, don't you, Shadow? With the foxes in this game. Just that one? Wait, just this one? Why this one? Look, he's even staying so that you can pet him. There. He runs away. I don't know where, but he runs away. So, anyway, that is, what's it called? A pillar. So you have to go for the pillar. It's a wannabe dog. What the heck? Okay. Okay. A little bit of swimming. Every corner. They're there in every corner. Anybody alive? No? Okay. Good. Had to guess all of them.
Help me! You'll be free soon.
Very you're close, so though that will give you that.
The relief.
So you did end up guessing it right in the end.
Be well.
I'd be honored if you had this.
Go swim with the dang fox. I'm not gonna swim with the fox. The heck? I have to go there. I'm not gonna swim there. I'm not even gonna run there. I'm gonna gallop there. Because I think we still have to do some swimming here. Stupid fox, what the heck? Really mad at that fox. Pillar of Honor. Another ghost flower. Okay. That's done. And now let's go back to the village where we came from. What, too far? I'm just too lazy. I'm too lazy even in game to run there. I just don't like that fox. Can't blame you. That fox did look like a jerk. What the heck? How the heck does a fox look like a jerk? What the heck, guys? Hello. Oh, I didn't mean you. Stop it. Ow, son of a bitch. How do you like that? The heck? I bet it carried rabies. What the? It just do. It have that vibe going. What the? Okay. It did. Wow, guys. Just wow. Y'all are something else. What is this anyway that we're going for? Honor buried deep. A man in Azamo Bay sounds distressed. I find out what's wrong. Speak with the villager. Okay. Let's actually call Nobu. Nobu, come on. Shadow. Right ahead. Okay. Oh, you. All right.
Lord
Hello.
Sakai, a moment, please. It's
Sure.
important.
Yes. What is it?
Not out here, my lord. This way.
Your horse is called a fancy sushi place. Nobu.
My name is Hyoe. This is my shop.
Are you trying to sell me something?
Oh, no, my lord. Here should be fine. No one's listening.
Tell me what this is about.
My neighbor, Haruo. He's acting suspicious. He sneaks out of town at sunset. Gone for hours. Comes back at dawn. Last night I followed him. He went to a burnt-out house by the cemetery and met bandits there.
Bandits? That can't be good. I'll find this house and learn what they're up to.
Okay. Honor buried deep. Oh,
Thank you.
what did it?
Of course, my lord.
I don't remember what it said that Nobu means. Because you had to choose between two names, either Nobu or something else. But I don't remember what each one
Good Nobu.
means. So I can see that. Merchant's teller. Okay. Should be somewhere up here. Not further away. Oh.
Come here and fight.
Let's fight him. 5. Two, 3, 4, and 5. And there should be another one I saw there. Another 2 that are running away, actually. Run! 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 Bye. Alright, cool. Did we come here for something specific? No, we're not supposed to be here. Oh, hi. Wait, what's that? Did they kill somebody? What the heck was that? The heck? Okay, anyway. Thanks Bulan and another friend of mine. I'm gonna play Souls games. And or any games that remind me of that sort of game. But thank you, Bulan and Gervais. Wait, why are you blaming us? The heck? What did we do? Why is it because of us? The heck?
Quickly, Noble.
I played Dark Souls only once. Yeah, I already picked it up, okay. Respect to those who can play those games. Definitely.
Said his neighbor met bandits here. Seems deserted. I'll have a look around. Lots of ashes. Campfire's been used many times.
No, and that was enough for me. I felt the frustration. Oh, I see what you mean.
Old bandages. Not much blood. Minor wounds.
You're on a mage build, they are a lot easier. Melee is difficult as fuck. Well, I don't know. I played only the tutorial basically, and a little bit. I don't recall having the ability to choose. In Dark Souls 3 again, so I don't know in other ones.
Someone's meal. Eaten recently. The merchant was right to be suspicious. Need a place to hide. Wait for the merchant's neighbor and his bandit friends to return.
Alright, Nobu, go. Go somewhere. That's the thing I love. No one else.
But I saw Mongols on the roads. I think they're looking for us.
We should hurry. What did you bring this time?
The statue of Inari.
Oh, that's valuable. I'm surprised the Mongols didn't take it.
Let's bury it with the rest.
Thieves. Need to see where they take things.
Keep your eyes open for trouble.
How are the others?
Hiding. Mongols rode by the house a few times. But so far, everyone is safe.
that? Horses!
Mongols! Hide!
Melee kills are my favorite kind of killing, because I'm close to my victim. In a game, obviously.
They're gone. Let's go.
We were lucky. They caught poor Tamon out on the road.
Very sus, I know, right?
The patrols are getting worse.
Must be that samurai. He's got Mongols chasing him all over the prefecture.
I hope he kills the bastards.
Very sus, I get that a lot.
Almost there.
I own it.
The sooner we're off the road, the better.
What happened to Tamon?
The Mongols impaled him on top of an anthill. He screamed for an hour.
That's horrible. Let's hurry and finish this.
What are they doing?
I hate burying Inari like this.
Better
Whoa.
not break it on Mongol ship.
They don't sound like thieves.
Hurry up! Something's not right.
There. Inari is safe.
That's enough. Don't move.
Damn! I knew we'd been followed.
Wait. It's the samurai. I'm glad it's you, my lord.
That's a strange reaction from a thief.
We're not thieves. You drove the Mongols from Azamo Bay. But what if they come back to raid us? We're hiding the most important things from our shrine. Just in case.
Sotaro! Kihei! Come quick! Uko, you shouldn't have left the others. So mercy. The Mongols found the house. Our people are trapped.
They will be killed.
How many Mongols?
I couldn't count them all.
Which of you can fight?
Me and Kihei.
You're with me. You two get in the house and protect your people.
With what?
Everything you've got.
Mongols!
They're coming from all sides.
Attack!
Von Larin Zeit!
Ready!
Guy!
Okay. Next.
More coming!
We should have run!
No, we should have not run.
We're not giving up!
Where was that? Oh. That was our guy.
Behind you!
Incoming. More incoming. Oh my goodness. Any more? There's a second I'll read up on chat. Oh, it's inside.
Did the bastards get in?
No, you kept them away.
Not us. It was Lord Sakai.
I suppose I'm supposed to speak, yep. Okay, but before speaking, are there still tons of bears in Transylvania? When I was there as a kid, I wrestled with a cub at a Hungarian guy's house. I'm not sure. I live right next to the border, so we don't have bears here. Maybe further in, into the mountains, towards the mountains, but not here. Or never did. Listen, at least I am self-aware. Right.
Who are these people?
Travelers fleeing the Mongols. People who lost their homes.
And you protected them.
We tried.
You're not hiding those valuables so you could steal them later.
No, my lord. We're not trying to get rich. After seeing what the Mongols have done, we only want to help.
Then help me lead these people to Azamo Bay. You'll all be safe there.
Hey, thank you very much for the follow, Agio. Thank you, I appreciate that. Going out, take care, everyone. See you, salute, bye.
bandits when I see them. You're not welcome here.
Alright, you have a good one there, Agio. Have a good rest of your evening. By the way, I've been a sub to the longest streak ever in Twitch. You mean for the people that you are subbed for? Stay safe, Agio. Awesome to meet you, man. Awesome having you here. Yes, indeed. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Hello there, Sorik. I am sorry, but I do not understand. And please do English in chat.
They're with me. These people need shelter. Even the bandits.
My lord, they can't be trusted.
They fought to defend these people. They'll hope you hold this town.
As you wish, my lord. Open the gate! Let everyone inside!
I don't know how to thank you, Lord Sakai.
Protect Azamo like you did those people.
I promise I will.
And make sure they know where to find what you buried when the Mongols are finally gone.
You can count on it. Thank you for this chance to prove myself.
Nice. I'm sorry, I do not understand that either, sorry. Best ever being subbed here. Hello there. What the heck, guys? I do recommend you to stop in the first place. I am okay.
Careful, my lord. Demons are everywhere.
All right, we're done here. Now let's keep going west. That way. Okay. Yes, it's hell of a warm. It's hell of a hot. Right here, right now. And it's gonna get only hotter and hotter. Where was the exit? Oh, here. Okay, Shadow, it doesn't matter. Am I going the right way? I am going the right way. Okay. Oop, give me those.
Single drop of sake
Should have stayed inside. Oops. Saying it last couple of years. Five to be more exact, right? The last 5 years. 5 years, jeez. Yeah. It is hot. It is hotter than usual. Actually, wait, what's now? May, June. Well, it is already June. So I guess maybe not that much hotter than other Junes. But it is definitely hot.
I saw a flock of birds circling in the sky, my lord. I went to see where they were, and found the most beautiful place. I sat and stared, lost track of time.
We all need inspiration these days.
Yeah, I know, right? Half of the year is already
Warriors
gone.
would visit such places and write haiku.
I heard the art of haiku prepares the mind and body for battle. Is it true, my lord?
It is. But you don't have to be a warrior to benefit from poetry.
Well, no, I'm sorry. I am wrong. Tomorrow is gonna be June. Blame me? Of course you blame me. You blame me for everything. You all blame me for everything. There are some more Mongols. We're not gonna... Oh, I guess we are gonna.
Who will face me first?
Is there somebody I have to save? Of course, whom else? Right. Alright, there we go. That's done as well. I didn't tell you to leave. You can carry it. And us as you should attack. Oh, there's something nearby. And it's again going in circles. Very serious. Nice kills. Again. I do like the... what's that called? The thing that I did when you get them to fight with you as one hit. Oh, here. What? Oh, this. Okay. A ghost flower. Thank you. Combo. Yeah, I can't think what's whatever comes up when you do that, when you have to press the X. Jutsu Prefecture. Oh, hey. Thingy. A thingy thing. I know. Hey, Odie. Welcome in, Odie. Welcome. How you doing? Oh, wait. We have to reflect on the next spring or my code. Ooh, my code.
People
I
look to
write terrible
Samurai for
code.
guidance, to keep them safe, and act with honor, on and off the battlefield. I can't forget that.
Oh, well, that code. Yeah, of course, that code is what I meant. Sure. I did not mean programming code. Ooh, which, by the way, I just have to see about how can I update the GRW's FPS swapper,
My lord.
like the same way
Please help
as
me.
yeah, I will be back. The same way as, like, for example, Discord updates, you know, where you just log in and or whatever, you start your Discord and it shows up in the corner that there is an update and you can hit that. Or even when you start Discord, it automatically updates. So I just want to do that, and then I can send out the tests for Leo, Jet, Lou, probably Sweet, Nini maybe, probably. I don't know. We'll see who else.
My lord, will you please help me?
More poor me. What? Would you get over it? Good, thanks for asking. Chilling, going to play some Mayhem. What about you guys? Some Mayhem? What is Mayhem? I don't recall. Or maybe it sounds semi-familiar. But it might be only because of the word. Trying to make Bulan streaming live as horribly fun as possible. What the? Just remember. Wow, Shadow. Horribly fun. Horrible fun. There's a comma missing there. Oh, League of Legends are on Mayhem. Okay, I don't know what that is. I know what the Aram is. I don't recall. I don't think I ever played the Mayhem. Nothing missing. Right. Alright, let's talk to this dude. Let's see what we have to do next.
What is it? I have to get to a camp in the woods, occupied by people who are seriously ill. They need a healer.
The area's overrun with bandits and Mongols.
Yes, I'll need protection.
I can get you there. But this sickness concerns me. You're sure you can fight it?
Sickness isn't something you fight. It's something you have to care for.
If the people are as ill as you say, we should leave now. Stop the sickness before it spreads.
Thank you, my lord.
Okay. A healer's touch.
How did you survive the battle at Komoda?
It was thanks to a woman, Yuna. She rescued me from the beach, nursed me back to health.
She sounds like a gifted healer.
She's one of the bravest people I know. I wouldn't be here without her.
My mother did the same for me. As a boy, I was always sick, but through her knowledge of herbs, she made me strong. She's the reason I'm a healer. Wait, I think I see something up ahead.
Good eye. Stay back. Let me handle it.
Where are you hiding
Did you touch me, sir? What the heck?
Please don't hurt us.
Came out wrong. That definitely came out wrong. Standoff. That's what it means. That's what it says. Standoffs. Okay, that's interesting, Udi. I haven't played League of Legends for a very long time.
I thought they were going to kill us.
Anybody alive? Nobody alive. Good. It's broken, but it's fun. Okay. Wait, actually, let me. Maybe we can do that from the horse. I was maining Sona when I used to play.
Be traveling here alone. We had to leave our farmstead, my lord. Everyone there is sick. What brought it on?
Spirits, our ancestors are punishing us.
We gave the Mongols our food instead of fighting back. When they left, everyone grew ill.
Now our home is cursed.
There's an inn just down the road. You should be safe there.
It's much too dangerous outside. Get indoors and stay there.
Thank you. I only hope the spirits don't follow us.
I used to main Sona, and
You're quite the butcher with that sword.
was there another way I had to fight?
The bandits would have killed those people.
You don't know that. You could have tried talking to them.
It would not have helped. You know that. You asked for my protection.
Forgive me. My life's work is to heal the body, not destroy it.
Yeah. And either, like, of course, as a sport or as a solo top. That's
Healer! Thank goodness you're here.
Homeo, what is it?
At some point it was so broken that you could top Sona solo.
What's wrong?
It's my son. I think he ate something poisonous.
Take me to him.
What about those suffering at the camp? We've already delayed.
It will only take a moment.
I'll help. Perhaps we can make this quick.
Thank you, my lord.
— 4 million HP Soraka. Heck. Looks very nice in that. What the fuck, Shadow?
What did he eat?
I wish I knew. We have no food.
I'll see if I can find what it was.
Thank you, my lord.
Rice basket's empty. Just straw.
Okay, there we go. I was about to say anything else. Go the same way, but then there's nothing here. Ah, there we go.
Wild mushrooms. Half eaten. This must be it. I should tell Hanaoka.
He was just munching on mushrooms on a tree bark. What the heck? Didn't even pick them. Wow.
Did you find anything?
Half-eaten mushrooms.
You fool! You know better.
He must have eaten them out of desperation.
I can make an antidote, but I need river moss.
Stay with him. I'll find the moss.
You have something about me in a red dress, Shadow. I think you have to go to the doctor. What the heck? Ah, come on, there we go. Main plenty of support. Got sick of support. Return games 151 and still in bronze. Oh, the heck? I was silver. I don't know how much, but I didn't really care. Though my mains has more than 400k mastery. Solo support is hard as fuck. Yeah. Hey, what do we have to do? Reach the river. Okay. Oh. You're gonna have to fight these. Come on. Come on. Well, now you run away. Wow. Wind chimes. There was something else because it was showing that we can upgrade too. Whatever. We're gonna see. There was nothing even there. When it was said, I just got told and sent a lot of vids back then. It was not even there for stream. Wait, what's happening? What are we supposed to do? Dang it, I'm not paying attention. Gather... Oh, river moss. The smell of mildew is thick enough to make you gag. I can go back, right? That's what the wind tells us. This rank season is really messed up. If you get out of field and you win the game, you gain double LP. For each at least B, you won't lose LP. Okay.
My lord, did you find the moss?
Yes.
Here it is.
Homeo, listen carefully. Crush this moss, add it to a cup of water and bring to a boil. Have him drink the mixture and he should be fine by tomorrow morning.
Those at the camp need us now.
Yes, let's go.
Thank you for saving my son.
To be honest, I play League only because of of my at the time girlfriend, because she was into it.
That man's symptoms were the same as the couple from the farmstead. Aching, vomiting, labored breathing.
Symptoms of poisoning. You think the farmstead was poisoned?
I'm almost sure of it. In which case I'll need tubers to treat them. The moss was fine for that man, but tubers are stronger. They grow at a nearby pond.
Let's be quick.
But I thought it was the mushroom. He was munching on the mushroom. What the heck? ADCs can have 6 items plus boots. Bot lane is totally messed up. Mostly mages plays.
And right by the pond.
Would you like to talk to them? Ask them politely to move?
I'll leave this to your discretion, my lord.
Okay.
Finland!
Good. I was hoping we can chain assassinate. Nice. Imagine mage with 6 items plus boots. Oh shit.
Huge wish wedge.
Okay. It just keeps going. There are 3 more there, 4 more there. Total noob on ADC role. Played as Veigar and APC. We won those games. I did play some ADC as well. It was Caitlyn and what's his name? I cannot remember his name. The dude with the music, with the 4 shots. Yes, Jin. No, actually, yes. Alright, I think it's clear. Yeah, it's clear, since you're coming here.
Over here, my lord.
Those 2 and... Well, I did play Sona as ADC as well at some point.
You found the tubers? Yes. Thanks to you, I'm able to harvest them. It's just... watching you, I can't help but wonder if you enjoy the violence.
I kill only to protect our people. I think about that every time I reach for my sword.
Of course. I'm sorry, my lord.
Let's go heal those who need it.
Oh, wait. I need Nobu. Hey, Nobu. Okay, we can go.
The camp should be just ahead.
Yep, I see it. We do need to take a bio break though.
Healer, my wife, she stopped breathing.
How long has she been sick?
Ever since the Mongols came by our farmstead.
What did she eat?
We had no food. Just water from the well.
I'm sorry. She's gone.
There's lots of death in this game. And I don't mean the ones that you kill, but like otherwise.
If only I'd gotten here sooner.
You did your best.
But maybe if I hadn't delayed, with that couple and that man.
If we hadn't stopped, those people would be dead. You also wouldn't have figured out these people were poisoned.
Perhaps. But I still don't know how.
That man said his wife had nothing but water from the well.
And we know people started getting sick after the Mongols left.
They must have polluted the well.
A contaminated water source would spread sickness like wildfire.
But it's treatable?
Yes, the tubers will see to it.
Then help those you can.
Thank you, my lord. You have saved many lives.
A healer's touch. done. I keep forgetting that I have to press something so that it stops the animation. All right. Now we can go south, or we can go for these question marks. This is Kenji. This is a Lost at Sea. Oh, the Trapper. Right. We can upgrade something. Ooh. I'm gonna say good night. I'm getting a bit sleepy, so I'm gonna watch a horror movie and go to sleep. Thank you. Thank you for a stream plan. Chat, take care. Good care, Dogo. He's an awesome guy. Very fun to chat and play games with. Stay safe and stay awesome. Thank you very much, Shadow. I do appreciate it. And thank you very much for being here. I'm not entirely sure how does that work for you, watching a horror movie before sleep, but then I wouldn't mind either watching before sleep, so. But yeah, have a good night. Enjoy your movie. Sweet dreams when you go to bed. Yeah, have a good one there, Shadow. But before we continue, as I said earlier, I do need a bio break. So I will BRB real quick, guys. I will BRB, and then we're gonna continue, and we will most probably go for this bottom one first, because I don't remember where Kenji's mission brings us. But this one I remember, it's just like here. I have to go a little bit south on an island, and that's it. And this is all it says, speak with Kenji. So we'll do that. Let me bring up the, oh, not that, this. And some music. All right, BRB, guys. I'm back. Oh. I'm back. And actually, I also got an ice cream from the freezer. So, let me get that open. What the heck? And I open stuff. Okay, there we go. Oh, the other way. There we go. Okay. Ah, come on. Thank you, sweet. Share. Sure, come and get some. I still have some more in the freezer. You can have some as well. What the heck? Wow, sweet. Just wow. Okay. There's not just one ice cream, so I don't think that you're gonna be eating it all. Tasty. Okay. Especially if it's anything chocolate. Who said it's chocolate? Alright, sweet. I dare you. I dare you to come here and eat the ice cream. You don't need a date for that. Well, you kind of do. A date and time. A date and time when the plane is leaving. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I think we'll stick to the original. Oh, wait. Where's the stamp? We need a stamp. How about this? How does this look? What do you think, guys? You're not working today, by the way, sweet? Whew, I can open this Pepsi twist. I can do it. I can do it. There we go. I did it. I've done it. That one? Which one? The one that you see currently? Off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, thankfully. You're gonna be off tomorrow? Alright, cool. What it is and what it was. What we made it look like. Okay, I kinda do wanna see about this question mark though. Each side camp. Oh, this is the question mark. Shit, calm down, calm down. Get down. Calm down and get down. There are those two at the top. There's one at the entrance there. There's one at the right there at the stable at the horse. There's one at the other entrance. You got the late shift? Oh. Well, I mean... Wait, late shift as in an afternoon, a night shift, right? Afternoon, night, whatever. That kind of late shift. Shit, it's on the other side. I don't know why I was thinking that the archer is on this side. Oh, there's another one. I can actually get that one. Because he's inside. Ooh, perfect. And is the leader of this camp. That's awesome. As in 4 PM for you. Okay. Yeah. So it's that kind of late. Okay. Okay. Can I get up here without being seen? No, I cannot. Oh, yes I can. What's happening? Oh, that's the other... There are two leaders here. Are there two leaders here? Dang it. Okay, but so that means that you still have time before work to... I almost messed that up. To play and stuff, right? Tomorrow. We could continue with Unity. Shit. If you want, if you are up for it. Of course, he's looking this way now. What the heck? Okay, so this should be... this should be good. Approaching from here. I did the sequence, or I don't know, whatever it's called, 3 that you were talking about, that you did as well. So I should be, I guess, more or less caught up. Yeah. I 100%ed it. Yeesh. Dude, die. Memories want to... bless you. I don't know what you all keep saying. I did the sequence. I don't know about those memories and bridge. Wait, is that the part of the sequence? The parts of the sequence? Memory 1, 2, and the bridge? We won't be able to get these two quietly. Oh, and there's a third, actually. The third we might be able to get. For some memories, there are extra objectives that you have to kind of check off the list to get full completion. Yes, I know that I had to do it 2 times or 3 times to do the check, the extra ones. They're a part of the sequence. Sequences are broken into... Okay, so yeah. Yeah, I did the entire sequence. Okay, what the heck are we gonna do here? Come on, you're the last one. There we go. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. I did open... But I'm not entirely sure what you mean by opening up the map. But what I mean by opening up the map is that I did those things that you have to go up to show all the things in the regions. So I did that for about half of the map, the top half, the northern half of the map. Like where it's divided into 2 by that river that's there. I did open up that part. And in that way. I think I grabbed like some chests as well, whatever was like nearby and I passed by. But that's pretty much it. Have you used any more of your skill points? Yes, I actually did. I did get, I think, everything that I could from the stealth section. So I definitely did get, so we can do the disguise. But that's gonna make our life a lot easier. I did get the hiding in plain sight. I don't know what's it called. And what else was there? Oh, I did get the range weapon to be able to use range weapons because it was like 1 skill point and I had 1 left. Oh, there was, I think, something else in the stealth section that I cannot remember what it was. I got the disguise already. You cheat? How? What do you mean? I could have gotten the disguise before as well. I just didn't have the points for it. And I chose to go with the other things. I didn't cheat. What are you talking about? I don't even know how to cheat in Unity. Yeah, exactly. I got lockpick. I got that thing where you can throw, ouch, where you can throw money on the ground and they're gonna run there for the money. I did those too initially. And now today I got the rest. I think everything, but I'm not entirely sure, but I think everything that I could from the stealth section. That meaning like 2, 3, or 4 more. And from which like one of them, one from the stealth, I know. Oh, the one where, yeah, the hidden in plain sight. Or I don't know what's it called. It's like when you can sit down like next to blend in, next to the guys to blend in. That one was 1 point. Then the other one, the range weapon, that is not in stealth, but it's in range. But to be able to use range weapons, that was also 1 point. And then there was the disguise. Oh no, I didn't get everything. I remember there is that one where you can share the vision, the eagle vision. I did not get that one. Because I was wondering if I should get that rather, or the disguise, but I went with the disguise. Oh yeah, and I bought, I think you buy, or whatever you do with the social clubs. I bought like 2 or 3 social clubs. Since I was nearby, I wanted to see what it is, and I just went for it. So supposedly I'm getting passive money, from what I understood from those social clubs. And also unlock some social missions, I think they're called, or whatever they're called. Whatever, the missions from those. They give you income. Legends storyteller. Oh, he's here. I was wondering where I saw him. Or where the game saw me see him. Yeah, whatever. You collect the from the chest in your home? What? Chest? Home? We have a home? I don't even know that we have a home. Back. Or you do, the higher capacity it will hold. The more you do what? Those social missions or what? Do you have a home? You haven't been in there? I don't know. I don't recall. Maybe. I know we have that place where we talked with the guy to accept this last sequence. Or I guess the second mission from the last sequence, memory. The assassin's den, so to say. But I have no idea where to get there, so yeah, I don't know. More social clubs, and yes, there are missions to complete to upgrade everything. Yeah, I did see the missions. They're like, in the ones that I got 3 from what I remember. 3 social clubs. And in 2 of them, there were 3 missions each. And in one of them, there were 2 missions. I think the one with the 2 mission... No. I think one of the 3 missions was in like a starter area because the missions were like 1, 2, and 3 difficulty. And then I think the one with 2 missions was 2 and 3 difficulty, if I remember correctly. Or 3 and 4, something like that. And then the other one that I got was 3, 4, and 5, I think. Difficulty. No, Arno has a house where you can train, get the assassin's outfit you collect through the map. Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about, so I don't know. A trophy area, an armor statue. When you upgrade your character, it looks better and better. Oh, don't you even leave me alone with the looking better. I went in there, I kept changing the separate things, the headgear and whatever. I was just not changing. And I had a feeling it's because this is what Ubisoft does in almost every game, any game where it has this thing. And I looked and I saw that it has like the outfit. And that overrides everything that, well, visually at least, as that you can see on your character. So yeah. The statue. It's like a visual progress. Okay. Yeah, you will have to show me, I don't know. Alright, let's see, what does Kenji want?
Kenji, What are you doing here?
Something has gone very wrong, my lord.
What did you do?
Nothing! The Mongols have taken all our food. Rice, millet, fish, anything they can lay hands on. We're starving.
You say we. This isn't your farm.
I have been thinking about what you said, and I'm trying to help the farmers here.
Where the Mongols camped?
Who knows? They show up every few days and pick up the food and cart it away.
I could ambush them.
It's not that simple. They've taken hostages. If we don't produce the food, it's...
There must be a way to find them.
There is. You won't like it.
I will decide that for myself.
Servant of the people. Yeah, that's how it usually works with Ubisoft games. With the outfits. Reach your ally. Resume, servant.
Come,
Resume.
I'll show you. They make us bundle the food and put it on the beach.
All of it from this farm?
The farm, scavenging abandoned homes, fishing and hunting, just to fill the bellies of the enemy.
Everyone, what brought you here?
What brought you here in the first place?
Once the Mongols connected me to you, most places got too dangerous. I thought an out-of-the-way farm would be safer.
I'm gonna relax and lurk again. Okay. I don't think I'm going
Food and
for
drink for the Mongols.
much longer.
Is empty.
Your plan is to anger the Mongols more?
Not exactly. The barrel is very roomy. It could hold a heavily armed heroic
You
samurai.
know what would fit better? A flabby, flexible sake merchant.
The Mongols will take the barrel to the heart of their camp. Who could do more good there? Me or you?
I don't know why I keep letting you hide me inside things.
Because it works.
It smells like your breath in here, Kenji.
Well, that barrel didn't empty itself. Get ready, my lord. Here they come.
Budigen Tergendach.
Yes, yes, all yours. Take.
Baster Morigav.
No. That's Miko. Miko is my horse. Mine.
Nadamatat. Morbignik Borson.
Ow! You can't do this! Miko! No!
Kenji's plan actually worked.
Okay, how are we gonna do this? Definitely want that guy done. What was that? Oh shit. Oh shit. Slaughter. Ow! Fucking. Again. Anybody else? No. I hope so. I take a bomb.
I can't believe it. We're saved.
Take this food back to your farm. Give Kenji the good news.
Kenji? Why would I give him anything but a punch in the mouth?
What do you mean?
He's the idiot who got us into this mess. He tried to cut a deal with the Mongols.
Oh, Lord Sakai! That was amazing.
Kenji, you sake-swilling piece of monkey dung!
I'll handle this. Explain yourself.
I might have sold the Mongols food, but given them straw and wood chips instead.
To make a profit?
To save the farmers' food.
You didn't think the Mongols would notice?
Not so quickly. All of a sudden, it was punishment, hostages. Give us food or we kill you.
I was wrong to encourage you to make yourself useful.
What? No, no! No, you weren't wrong, Lord Sakai. I can do good. I just need practice.
Practice doing
Try not
good.
to practice when people's lives are at stake.
Yes, my lord.
Alright, servant of the people. Done.
You're damn lucky that samurai spared you, Kenji.
I'm sorry, Taro. I was trying to help.
You want to help? Choke on a rice ball.
I can tell you don't want to talk about this right now. Goodbye, Taro.
Set yourself on fire and mate with a Mongol bomb.
The Mongol bomb. What the heck? Where is he going? Is he gonna leave? No, I'll just stay there next to his horse. Okay. I don't think that there's anything else here. We're so far from there. What the heck? I'm gonna fast travel. I need to set up the fan. I'm getting hot here. Really hot. And not in a good way. Okay. Think we have to go to that.
Have you listened to any stories from Yozen?
That blind
Island.
storyteller?
He always has a new story to tell.
Here we do have to swim. Yeah, birdie. I'm on my way. I cannot swim any faster. There he is.
Come on, Otosuke.
Put that down before you hurt yourself.
I'm sorry if my lack of skill offends, my lord. But I have to do something. The Mongols captured my daughter.
Where did the dogs take her?
Out of the ships. The ones with the Lord's sails.
2 vessels. Who knows how many Mongols? You won't stand a chance.
I found a boat, a sword. Maybe a friendly samurai can help?
Get in the boat and grab an oar.
You're too kind, my lord.
Just leave the fighting to me.
Ready to head out, my lord. We'll sail when you're...
Alright, lost at sea. This is gonna be the last one for me for today, guys. It's been...
Please, bring Maki back safely.
Wait here. We'll return soon.
Been about 5 hours. There are some inside. I thought so. That one we won't be able to get. Gonna attempt. I don't know why I did that. Shit. Hi. Don't mind me. Okay, there's the guy out there. Then there are these two.
Here, you, huh?
Damn it! You had to fucking turn exactly now, didn't you? Leave the girl alone. There are just too many. Son of a bitch. He killed her. Okay. Once more.
Please, bring Maki back safely.
Wait here. We'll return soon.
Here, you, huh? And güçbiş.
Are you serious?
Sonor sermste.
Çıkarvo.
You, huh?
Die already! Fucking hell! For fuck's sake! These two fucking... Come on! Are you serious? Let me in!
Please, bring Maki back safely.
Wait here.
Yeah, shut up.
We'll return soon.
You son of a fucking ass bitch. This guy, I don't know if I can kill this guy. I guess. Okay, let's see. I got 3 there. Got some in the back. 2 in the front. There is a thing here. About 2 ladders. But I would kinda need to go up on this other side. There are 2 ladders on this other side as well. Good. Come on. I'm gonna go for those 2 first. Seriously? Oh. You can go. Okay. Okay. Now, I won't be able to do much with those. Oh, wait. Can we? Maybe we can go up. Don't you freaking dare.
Güçbiş veç.
자자. 멋선 말 곳에. çıkarvo.
to here. I'll be able to get both. Of course. No, 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 come on! Fucking killed him. Killed her. Whatever. Oh wait, no, he didn't. I was attacking that other guy.
Please, bring Maki back safely.
Wait here. We'll return soon.
Why is this side empty now? Are you serious?
Negium Harsinta.
I fucking jumped. Looking exactly this way. Can we go behind the others? I think we can. But I think we can also come from up here. We're gonna end up right next to. You have to kill at least the big dude.
That must be Maki.
Alright.
Hold still. Maki?
Yes,
Your father's waiting with his boat. Come with me.
I'll stay close, my lord. Thank you.
They deserve this.
We still have to get out of here.
I just...
Dang it.
I can't believe it's over.
I want to challenge remaining enemies. Because that means... There. I don't know how the heck did you survive, but we don't need survivors. Oh, I know, kunai. Come on, Makai, or whatever your name is.
I'm here, father.
Maki.
Oh, thanks the gods.
Get us back to shore.
Right away, my lord.
Okay.
You're safe now.
I was with them for days, father. Days.
I should have come sooner.
You both need rest. Get to shelter as soon as you have the strength to run.
We will, my lord.
Thank you.
The
this isn't the end.
Where will we go, Father?
Let me worry about that.
All right. We've done that as well. So we are done down here. I'm just gonna fast travel here real quick. Right, is this right? Yeah. Oh. Oh. 5, 6 of them. Right, no, that's that. And a right click then. Yeah. Nah. I'm gonna let them live. This time. Hello there, DC. Goodbye, DC. You literally came to the end. How are you doing, DC? Such nice colors. What the heck? Even 10% is a lot. Ah, the default is better. this is good. Another screenshot. What am I? Oh, that. What was the other stamps? Alright, didn't you see them? Oh, wait, that's not stamps. Oh, I think I can see these. Okay. This is the one that I should put, because this is it, but it covers too much, so it's right in the middle. Wait, what we could do though is do something like this. They definitely worked on the photo mode. That's for sure. Yeah, there. What are these? Where's the rest? These are the different masteries or whatever the heck they're called that you go through. The levels that you go through, basically. Yeah, that's it. This is what the one that we started with from. All right. But that's gonna be it for me for today, guys. I am going to call it here. Sorry, DC. Came in this late. Oh, Jet finished his stream already. I was about to rate him. Oh well. Oh, sweet. Do you want to do some now? Show me the home. Show me my home, because I don't know where my home is. Yeah. No. Tomorrow I don't have work. All right, guys. Well, thank you very much for everybody for being here. Hopefully next Saturday I'm gonna be able to stream. I don't know of having anything to do, so I should be able to. So I do hope to see you guys then. Other than that, there's all socials. I recommend Discord. There's specifically the Discord. Geez, I cannot type as well. And yeah, until next time, I wish you all a great day, night, evening, morning, or whatever else applies to you. And you have a good one there, guys. Bye bye.